Greetings, everyone. Coinstamp 180 here, otherwise known as Swirling Vortex '09. I keep saying that gosh darn number, don't I? And welcome to another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. It's been a little bit since we've last streamed this. Last time, we finished up any remaining cleanup that we had to do in Liurnia, and they went and started tackling the Rhea Lucaria Academy, and we got up to the Schoolhouse classroom before we had to stop, before we had to call it for the evening. And if you're wondering, this is my evening streaming voice. I would get used to hearing it if I'm going to be streaming in the evening, as I've been told I'm a prolifically loud speaker and I have to be on my best behavior with my voice. Before getting started, we are in a new patch. We are on patch 0.4.68. In that patch, there have been adjustments to the following sorceries: Briars of Sin, increased animation speed; Crystal Barrage, small stagger added to hits, improved consistency of spell, decreases the spread of the bullets of that spell, decreases the FP cost of channeling it to account for the lower total damage and poise damage dealt. Crystal Release, pretty much the same change. The only difference is the FP cost was not reduced. Gavel of Hema had increased damage. Loretta's Mastery had a bug fix, so now the spell hits with two of its 4 arrows, two from either of the top 2 and 2 of the bottom 2. Period. Either of those doesn't affect the damage. The damage has already been adjusted to compensate, but it should be more damage now. Magic Downpour has had its consistency improved through additional projectile tracking, and a larger hitbox size on the projectiles. Projectiles now pierce targets, and increases the damage dealt slightly. Meteorite now fires a single homing meteorite, and they damage targets at a consistent rate. There's a meteorite of Estelle that we have not seen yet that fires 3 homing meteorites instead. Meteoric Oreblade and Onyx Alabaster Lord Swords have had their visual effects corrected. They will now have the purple magic effect instead of the blue one, and there was a visual effect tied to the new spell we'll be getting today, Glintblade Hail. I don't know why I called it Glintstone Hail. It is Glintblade Hail. I'll have to correct that. I'll have to correct that for the future. I will correct that now. Well, I'm correcting it in one spot for the time being. But now that we have done that, let's get started. How's everyone doing? Everyone doing alright? Everyone have a good cup of hot coffee or tea? We're gonna need it. It's been a long evening. Now, our first order of business is we need to return to the Carrion Royal Manor. There's a new spell that we are looking for, the Glintblade Hail, that we want to try and find. Unfortunately, I was not told the location of this spell in advance, so we will have to search for it. But once we do that, we'll be right back to dealing with the Academy. Promise. But I like the fact that there are new spells coming out that do something unique, something different, something that hasn't been, well, I shouldn't say not been done before, but it's a different take on the idea of glint blades, and there's not just a single magic glint blade spell. There's something new now. It gives the glint blade sub-school a bit more pizzazz and attention. And from what I understand, it is supposed to be due west of Carrion Manor, which admittedly I'm not going due west right now. I'm gonna look at the patch notes to be sure about this. Outside Carrier Manor to the west. Yep. Glintblade Hail was introduced in patch 0.4.67 and has been bug fixed in 4.68. However, I have absolutely no idea where we're gonna find it. Is that how we find it? And, for the record, our build usually contains a shield. I still have access to that shield. We did find access to what I thought was the correct armor. It is not, but that doesn't mean it's not useful. However, the useful feature about our sword is that our sword... Oh yeah, look, we're not gonna ever get manned by our own spell casts with this. We just lose some FP in the process. But yeah, the reason that we're using the Sword of Night and Flame is that it drains status effects. So if we were... Like, we have a ton of status builds that inflict self-status buildup, and this will fix all of those. If we want to use the weapon's special abilities, we can... If we want to use any of the weapon's special abilities, we just have to two-hand the weapon in order to get access to them. Okay, so they locked it behind an NPC summon. Or an NPC? Moongrub, Carrion Knight. I know nothing about him. Other than I obviously expect him to use the new spell. Sorry, I'm trying to focus on this fight. I have no idea what he's doing. Not really. Oh, yes, that sword does he. He's still poisoned. I don't want him to get a chance to drop the status off. You do have one of these. And he does use the new spell. Good, good. Oh, and Carrion Piercer really does hurt. I see he's not gonna let me cast any spells in his presence. Yeah, but now we know. We have a fight on our hands. Also, it appears that I'm a little bit too slumped down in the chair. Let me fix that. I think I'm still a bit cut off, but that's gonna have to be the... That's gonna have to make... I'm sorry. We're gonna have to make do with that. Excuse me. I had vanilla bean ice cream. And, That tends to really get my lungs going for belching purposes. Um, but yeah, we've got a brand new fight on our hands, and of course, to make matters worse, we know very little of it, save that, you know, we're, our loadout isn't exactly equipped to deal with the punishing sorcery sets. That is the trade-off, that the incantation and sorcery lineups that are generally being used foil one another. Need to be careful. Yep, I believe we just attracted attention. That is the wrong spell. Okay, you're gonna block it now. It's a very short-range spell, or so I've noticed. Nice. Okay, that spell is probably a bad idea. Oh, and that hits like a Mack truck. Oh, and that's got some tracking on it as well. We're gonna love this spell when we get it. I don't like fighting rats every time, though. Need a different approach. Probably. Our spells aren't very good at forcing rolls, whereas their spells are very good at forcing rolls. We probably need to adjust it and reduce the damage we're taking. Yeah, we probably just need to give up on using incantations for this fight. Let's see, we need... Are we going to be able to use generators here? I don't think so. I mean, we should still pack them because we can hit them while they're blocking, but we're probably going to have to settle for the ambush shard and the glintstone pebble when I can catch them. Then as for the rest... unsure. Fortunately, we lost the ability to use... well, that's not true. We haven't lost the ability. They just didn't change fortunes. That's the thing about fortunes, is that you can't forget to set them. It's gonna hit us quite hard with the sword, but additionally we can get rid of the Sword of Night and Flame. We don't really need it. We need the defense a lot more. Interestingly enough, now that I'm thinking about it, I think we can probably use Scholar's Armament or Shield in order to increase our magic defense. We could have used Magic Fortification as well if we were still wanting to use incantations. Outside of that, Magic Glintblade, and probably Glintstone Ice Crag, and Ancient Death Rancor to help control space further. That should probably be sufficient. Let's try that fight again. They'll be very resistant, and it'll be a very, very hard fight, but it is doable. One thing you want to be mindful of when playing this mod, Elden Ring Reforged, is that things have changed. Things have changed. Builds are different. Stat allocations are different. It's not vanilla anymore. Don't be afraid to change what you're doing if you're not going for a specific build. Now, if you are, well then there's only so much you can do. Some fights are just going to be very hard, but you can actually probably get the invader by himself if I know how. And we'll start with the Rancor. Not bothering to roll, eh? I'm already out of resources. Yeah, and Moongrub here is making excellent use of the piercers in order to oh, it can hit twice. Interesting. I may need to use the slicer if I want to regenerate spells. Or, you know, get a regenerator off every so often. Or run into problems. Oh, that had severe tracking. I need a more balanced split of, I need I need more cerulean flasks. I don't want to be caught having to use generators on enemies that are clearly just going to roll past. Also, Scholar's Shield doesn't make much of a difference. And I don't want to be using Glintstone Ice Crag that much. Now, let's just change our loadout. So anyone else ever have an NPC invader like this that just seems to completely wall what you do? Granted, we had a much better time with our incantations, but I like to be able to use our new find as soon as we get back. Yeah, we need a ton. We're just gonna have to not get hit. All you can do. That's all you can do to avoid getting hit. It may also be necessary. Yeah, I think it's probably about time. We have enough endurance now, so this is less of a problem. We're going to want to try to control space as much as we can. All we can do is change things around, right? And just keep trying. You know, without upgrades, or, you know, with our stats being what they are, you can really only do so much, but anything is worth a try. We may also just have to come back later when we have access to better, well, not better spacing tools, but different spacing tools. Come on. Now, let's slaver over our new find together. It just took muscling through that AI tendency to, we even need more intelligence to use it. Create sigils that unleash a hail of projectile glint blades. One of the sorceries of the Carrion royal family creates sigils overhead from which a hail of falling glint blades strike. This sorcery can be used while in motion. Charging enhances potency, favored by the Royal Enchanted Knights due to its effectiveness when facing multiple opponents. Interesting. Well, obviously we can't use it now, so I suppose we'll be switching back, but hopefully this is a good demonstration of how sometimes you just need to change what you're doing, and especially when you're dealing with humanoid opponents or foes that can dodge, you need two things. You need a spell that can sort of check their resistances, and you need another spell that can challenge their AI. You need something, um, you need something that really asks the AI to spot dodge in a bad manner, in a very bad manner. Um, and the only cure of which is just the only cure for them would be to just sit there and take it. That's the ultimate goal with that's the ultimate goal anytime you are trying to exploit AI. Period. Let's go ahead and the frenzy burst is needed for different situations. We don't want to just go discarding our spells willy-nilly. We need these. Don't have any good fire spells yet. And that's not true. We do have good fire spells, but kind of hard to use them sometimes. And technically we don't have... The only thing we have as a lightning spell is a generator. And then the last is the Blessings Boon. And our lovely sword gets to come back out. Now, we have unfinished business. So, if you're wondering why I was late today, I had a dinner function to attend with my family. That was the event in question, and I was told initially that we were going to be having this closer to like 5 or 6. So I knew I would have to cut the stream short, but we wouldn't lose that much time. Turned out we were supposed to be there at 4:30, and I didn't get the memo about this. And with only 3 hours on the docket, I decided, well, maybe it might be better if we just wait and stream in the evening like this. Besides, I think pretty much everybody likes my evening voice. I'm not allowing you to get away with that transgression that easily. Now that he's through patrolling the hallway, now is a great time to remind people about the inner workings of the Rhea Lucaria Academy. Also, we no longer need. This can be replaced for this, and I'm thinking... if only we had something that dealt with arcane. Alas, we do not. We only have these scorpion charms. Unsure. I think for the time being we can actually probably put on the Erdtree's favor. And we really only needed that to deal with... we only really needed to adjust those for a pair of talisman swaps. That's pretty much about it. Do we have... yeah, we can make one. Now, let's see how fast these sorcerers fall to a frenzied burst. About two casts. And they're not terribly slow either. Too bad we don't get our damage bonus, but that's neither here nor there. And there will be times where we do get it, but typically we want to use Frenzied Burst in order to permit long-range sniping. I sort of considered Frenzied Burst like Great Soul Dregs from Dark Souls 3 in a way, where Great Soul Dregs was a dark sorcery that had longer range than the homing crystal soul spear, or the crystal spear sorceries, which granted, I suppose for context, the crystal soul spears have the distance of the entire width of the hallway that takes up the Irithil, Irithil prison system. I'll think of the proper name, but it's where you go to free Seekward for his last quest, the last portion of his quest. You have to get a key and come back there. Yeah, that whole prison, one of those soul spears is enough to take that entire place. And Great Soul Drakes hit the walls of the same place and went further than that. And Great Soul Drakes homes in on targets. Why am I aware of that little fact? I'm aware of that fact because I used to do a Dark Spells only New Game Plus run. Oh, and I completely forgot about adjusting flasks. Is that a jar? I forgot about that. And because we have this sword, we can regenerate our FP that way if we so wish. Is it less than a generator? Sure, but that isn't the point. The point is that if we're truly out of spells, we can always use this sword. Hi. We can't do any backstabs with our sword, but that's fine. We don't need to. We've got exactly what we're looking for. Right here. Just a simple sword in our left, And a seal on our right. Takes care of most issues. Now, lots of these places have secret bookcases or secret bookcases where, they're actually illusory walls hiding something. Come on. Stop swinging that staff. Thank you for your custom. Now what are we hiding here? A ritual pot. Given that it was in a room where a giant pot was, that makes sense. It really does. Yeah, what am I gonna do? I hear something. I know there's got to be something for getting attention. Ah, I know. We can... see, springs forth from the point of impact. Many magic bolts. Break gem. Not sure. This room is pretty notorious for being difficult to deal with. Ah. But deal with it we did. Had to. Yeah, this room doesn't look so bad, except for the fact that there are literal Lazuli sorcerers waiting for us above. More just like the one that we saw here with his shield and sword, ready to take us out. There isn't an easy way to deal with this room in a challenge run either. Really, the only thing we can do is... oh, nice. We have glintstone crowns on masts or displays, and we have these staves as well. Oh well. There's a sorcerer up there, to our left. And then Cuckoo Glintstone actually does do a lot more damage than one would expect. Come on. Down the steps. Show us what you got. Thank you for your custom. That should be the last of them. At least at the middle section. Now this starlight font or star dial could be a sundial as well, but doesn't really. The star dial here doesn't really do a whole bunch. It does give you a good a good view of what to expect later, though. In terms of illusory walls, I don't think there are any on this platform, but if you're never sure, Never be afraid to just poke around and roll into the walls. Don't let anyone insult you for it either. All you have to do is roll once. You'll know if you've hit an illusory wall or not. Now, this room is actually pretty interesting from a design perspective, or let me just tilt that down a little bit. From a design perspective, as here you can see a photo of the headmistress herself, Renala, and you can see a copy of her staff as well, the Carrion Glintstone Scepter. And boy, look at how beautiful it is. You can't touch it or take it with you though. We get a copy of this later, and it's sized right for us. For the time being, let's just stop admiring the view and get a move on. Coming up the stairs and rolling into the bookcase on the left will reveal a chest. And if you know how Dark Souls turns out with its view of chests, always make sure that you don't have anyone spying on you when you go to open that chest, or you're going to have a problem. Okay, I guess we've got it. Nothing here? We finally get an upgrade in the form of Comet. This one is meant to replace Great Glintstone Shard in terms of its usefulness. Fires a Great Magic Comet, one of the Glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Rea Lucaria. Fires a Great Magical Comet. This sorcery can be cast repeatedly while in motion. Charging enhances its potency. The greatest of the Keralos Conspectus sorceries that only very few sorcerers have ever mastered. And there's the key as well. Now we could turn around and leave, or for then, yeah, you'd be surprised at how dark and musty this place is. Remember, if you're not sure, don't hesitate. Don't hesitate to, roll into the bookshelves or, check the walls. You never know, where a secret might be lurking. And you'll hear me say that a lot. It's probably less true in Elden Ring, than it is in, like, Dark Souls 3, where illusory walls are very common. Here, it's more like they're tied to specific places, tied to specific things. They're not just everywhere. They are placed with great care, knowing how annoying and tedious they are to find. If you come back here and you jump down, notice we're behind the wall now. That's pretty important. We emerge at a different spot than expected when we find ourselves inside a place with pots. And luckily, it only seems to be small pots. At that. Yeah, this place holds a lot of secrets. And our reward for that is the Graven School Talisman, which, when we read, raises the potency of all sorceries. A talisman depicting a school of graven mages, the nightmare of the academy, raises potency of sorceries. The primeval current is a forbidden tradition of glintstone sorceries. To those who cleave to its cleave? Is cleave right? To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into the seeds of stars is but another path of scientific inquiry. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be cling and not cleave. That's weird. Cleave makes no sense. Worth putting together for a submission to Carnifer later about a correction during one of the minor patches. And I don't think there are any secrets in this room either. We're free to jump back out. And by jump back out, I mean head through the double doors. Yep, we couldn't open this before. The only way we could enter it is from within, and the only way we could do that is coming through and finding a secret bookcase. Get used to that a lot. There are a lot of secret bookcases. There are a lot of secret bookcases. A lot of hidden secrets, hidden illusions. And I think I remember most of them. Not all of them, mind you, but most of them. And we'll be discovering those right after your regularly scheduled break. Never mind. No, there's no need for that. Instead, we're going to end up having some rather serious problems. So, do you remember that Red Wolf of the Champion, or the Lesser Red Wolves of Radagon that I showed you? Up on the Carrion Manor, like behind it in Cliffside, right next to the Royal Grave Everjail? Well, that's what's behind this door. It's the Red Wolf of Radagon, and they behave exactly the same, except that they spit fire on top of the other stuff. It's not just sorceries. It's also a flaming sword during one of the phases. Sorry, I had to suppress a yawn there. And by suppress, I mean, totally let one out. Best thing you can do is overwhelm it with numbers. And what better way to overwhelm it with numbers than through demi-human, through the abilities that demi-humans have to get its attention. In terms of statuses, this would actually be a pretty great time to review our boss documents. If you want to know more about the documentation that I'm using in order to cover boss strengths and weaknesses, type in !ERRB, which I will do right now. And that'll take you to the lovely spreadsheet I'm using in order to cover boss strengths and weaknesses. Let's cover this one real quick, so that we know whether or not we're suited to fight it or not. So the Red Wolf of Radagon is a god. They are the god type. They have 5 defense, 90 poise. So not much physical defense. They are 10% weak to slashing. Note that if I don't say that they're weak or resistant to something, it means that it has normal effectiveness versus the boss. They are 10% weak to slash and 5% weak to pierce. Um, for elemental defenses, they take 15% more from. No, I'm sorry, that's not quite right. They take 25% less from magic, 10% less from fire, lightning, and holy. So physical damage is far better than magical damage in most cases. As far as weaknesses go to status effects, um, if and please note if I don't mention a vulnerability to anything, it means that they have the standard amount of point resistance to that status. They are more resistant to blood loss, death blight, sleep, or I'm sorry, not sleep, blood loss, death blight, and frostbite. And they are very, very resistant to madness. They have normal amounts of resistance to the rest. So, what are we gonna do? We're gonna make some. Well, actually, do we even have the tech for this? I forget. We do not have the ability to do much of anything, but we can. I don't know if we can coat the Sword of Night in flame and soporific grease. I want to say we can't. So we're gonna have a rough time. Other than poison, we're gonna have to rely on that. Without further ado, note that I don't talk during boss fights, and I will see you on the other side of the fog. And our reward is very worth it, ladies and gentlemen. Our reward is a memory stone. The ability to memorize more spells is always, always, always a plus. So we haven't quite made it up to the. I suppose I forgot that we had this little bit of a segment with the Red Wolf of Radagon to do, but I promise that it was very worth it. Um, that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and take our first commercial break. I expect this one to be around 5 minutes. I do have some things I need to do in the house, so it will take me a little bit longer than 3 minutes for this. Go get yourselves a snack, a drink, hug your loved ones, do whatever it is you need to do, and I will see you back after the commercial break. Sorry about that. I am back. And, oh, jeez. Yeah, I already gotta redo the nasal strip. What a waste of one. My apologies about that, and I don't even think I ran an ad during that. And the packaging for the nasal strips really kind of sucks. And while I'm putting on this nasal strip, you probably saw the printer back there. Sorry. I think I just I felt it, but I didn't really feel it until it was almost too late. It's all over my phone. Great. Apparently, my folks had won some stuff off auction, so out with the old and in with the new. And that means I get all their old stuff. So I got a printer paper. The whole works, really. Now I'm the proud owner of a printer and a scanner, all in one. I don't know if I like managing the printer's ink costs, but you know, the nice thing about a printer and a scanner and a scanner all in one is that you don't have to use the printer part if you don't want to. You can just use the scanner part. Okay, let's get back to it, shall we? So, next up on our agenda is the actual courtyard itself. And the courtyard is a really big, expansive part. I liken... Oh, and let's not forget, there's an upper portion up here. We will be visiting it. So in this little courtyard, I liken it to three broad areas. You have the left of the door, you have the right of the door, and you have straight on. The right-hand side should be relatively easy. Let's take a look at where we are. For reference, this section here, where this tree is not too far up above where the water wheel is. This is just shy of that. You can see this stone staircase as you're making your way up the water wheel, and you've gotten or you're on your way to the bottom of the ravine, or the bottom of the academy, where the Iron Abductor or the Abductor Virgin is. You also have these archways, or these sort of reinforcing buttresses that come along off the sides. Sorry, had to make sure that wasn't an important person on the phone. That's pretty much it for the right hand side. There really isn't that much to it. Then you have the forward portion, or the center portion, which consists of... Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Before I forget, you also have behind the gates as well, up above. That's pretty much this central portion here. You'll find crabs, noblemen or aristocrats working as henchmen, and a few sorcerers scattered throughout. But mostly these crabs. They're silver and spew sleep gas if you let them. Don't let them do that. Sleep is bad. Then you have what I call the right-hand side, or I'm sorry, the left-hand side of the academy, which contains anything along that stairwell, past that courtyard entrance over there, and up and beyond. We will mostly be traipsing along those buildings when we get the chance. But without further ado, let's just start dissecting the courtyard by heading right first. So here on the right, as you can see, we already have a platform. We already have a place where we already have a secret place. This one's very easy to miss, by the way. What we want to do is climb this ladder. And what a ladder climb it is. Then, somewhere... Okay, it's right here. So we were wondering how to get up to where the hanging globe is, more or less. This is how you do it. Or, actually, now that I think about it, it's a moon. If you wanted to know how to reach this giant astrolabe, this is how you do it. And up here should be an item. I forget if it is on a corpse, or if it's in a chest. It's not that item, that much I can promise. I think it's this other side that contains an item. I'm doing my best to find the middle ground between talking softly, whispering, and outright talking normal like this. Well, as normal as I can without waking people up. And in it we have probably the most crucial icon of the game. The Radagon icon. Shortens spellcasting time. The legendary talisman depicting the Elden Lord, Radagon, shortens the casting time of sorceries and incantations. As the husband of Ranala of Caria, the red-haired Radagon studied sorcery, and as the husband of Queen Marika, he studied incantations. Thus did the hero aspire to be complete. Now, I believe baseline this gives 50 points of casting speed. Here, it gives a whopping 100. It's doubled. But in exchange, it's 100 out of 250. So you're casting 40% faster just by wearing this. And I'm sorry, it is an extra 40%. However, you already have 50 base casting speed in this game by virtue of holding a catalyst. Therefore, at all times, you're roughly 60% faster. You have 60% faster casts than someone with 0 dex and no catalyst in hand. It can only get better from here, folks. Let's take it off and then put it back on for comparison, shall we? And one more time for good measure. There's an extra half a second that isn't there anymore. See? It's good stuff. Also, as if getting this little nugget wasn't enough, we also have secret items up here too. Oh, come on then. Show us what you're made of. Don't let them cast Carrying Greatsword, by the way. That's a great way of getting hurt. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. It's almost too perfect. And you want to know what our reward for this is? I promise it's much less. It's much less good than just by coming up here for the icon. Runes. As if we didn't have enough already. And this portion above the gates here we don't even need to jump to get access to. We can, in fact, just grab it by other means. I don't think there are any illusory walls here, but I'm going to check. Never know. In Craft Dragon Blight, I've been thinking about it a lot, and I definitely at least want to give it a try. I'm not sure in what capacity I'm going to do it yet. It may be a private Discord screen. Discord screen. Perfect. It may be a private Discord stream. It may be a YouTube stream. It could be a Twitch stream. I could try out Trovo or some of these other Twitch alternatives that day. I don't know. I like my Twitch audience, and I do want to see myself grow on Twitch, but the truth of the matter is that growth is very stagnant, and I'm not part of any major communities. Like, yes, I'm part of ERR, but ERR doesn't stream. Kernifer doesn't have dev streams where he shows off, where they show off their work. Nothing of the sort. Nothing at all. Oh, and I suppose we really did need to make this jump down here, didn't we? Well, I'm not going to do it without some manner of intelligence. Most assuredly not. I was afraid of that. Trying to figure out a good method for this, and I just don't think there is. Nice. Very nice. Well, I'm not the only one with magic at our disposal. Even though we aren't using magic or don't have magic damage to our name, we still have methods of inflicting magic damage and actually getting around the pretty nasty requirements of having good range while we're here. The only pitfall to all of that is that, it does consume items. It does consume items. It does lend itself to being expensive, and there's no guarantee that we can even do the same trick with the items again next time, should we need it. But that's no excuse not to try, right? Now, here we have a few options. Let's test out Lightning Strike here. Works great on nobles. Let's try it on crabs. Beautiful. And it's better than just constantly spamming Javelin of Gold, huh? It's nice to use different spells, different abilities. It's nice to not have to worry so much about... You don't have to be so optimal all the time. You can just use the spells you want. You do have to be willing to make trades on them. No spell is perfect, after all, but that's the thing about... I want to tilt this down a little bit. That is the thing about these items, is that just making sure that the view behind the camera or behind me is good. Lost what I was gonna say. Let me also fix this. Okay. And as long as it's not a boss, you needn't worry about being optimal or anything like that. And it's perfect. Now, with this abductor version, different story. Is that all you've got? Don't worry. Not even... Only the one at the bottom in the Raya Lucaria, like, river area actually takes you anywhere. That one is just a regular old abductor. If you let it grab you, you're gonna get killed. And even a regular honed bolt works for these crabs. They're very weak. They're meant to be weak. They're meant to be easy to kill, so that you can, grind up. You can use just about any generator you want in order to regenerate your FP. I find that Home Bolt works perfectly for these. It might be a different story if they weren't taken out in one go. Then I'd probably say that the advantage is definitely held by Bestial Claw. Or Bestial Sling, excuse me, but that's neither here nor there. I'd probably still use Hone Bolt, just because I simply want to. But if you're in tight corners, well, I suppose really it doesn't even come down to that. It's just a matter of casting speed. Hone Bolt is a slower spell. It just is. If you need mobility, you're not gonna find anything better than Bestial Sling. We're just not. Now we do have to keep our eyes peeled on a bigger crab, I want to say one's about right here. No, there's a crab that burrows around here. Might be back here as well. Yep, here it is. I believe these are immune to poison of any kind. Yeah, sleep's very dangerous. It doesn't it doesn't deal that much damage, but that was never the point of sleep. The whole point was to knock you out just long enough that a strike or an ability will deal the rest. Gotta be very careful. I don't think there are any hidden platforms back here. But you never know. It's always best to just check these places. And even though it doesn't make any sense that in broad daylight or in the stars, in like the starlight, you would have your lantern on, the lantern is pretty good at being able to illuminate your feet. Illuminating your feet can be important for noticing small inconsistencies in the ground. Inconsistencies that which, when large enough, will lead you to discovering where a crab might be, burrowed in the sand, or smaller crabs or nobles you might have missed, or an item that glints just out of the corner of your eye for barely half a second. All of those are excellent uses for keeping your lantern on. I almost never turn it off when I know that an area has cast shadows in it. I believe there is another crab buried somewhere over here. Not in the center. Is it this one? No. It's one of these. Don't worry, we'll get to the fun part in just a minute. That was a bad toss. I believe that the crab is guarding this tree here. But it is also buried in dirt. It might be right here, too. Like clockwork. Okay. So now that that little fiasco is over, we grab the golden seed, and that puts us not very close to our next flask. That's perfectly all right. Next, what we're going to do is, once we check these cliff sides for remaining materials, we'll actually go and explore where we're intended to go. There's a very specific pathway you're supposed to take when you're in this courtyard. Oh, I say specific. There are two paths you can take. One of them is to go up that set of stairs. When you go up those set of stairs, there's going to be a trap that triggers. You'll know it. You'll have to try to get out of the way somehow, probably by clinging to one side or the other. And if you keep going up those stairs, you'll eventually meet an NPC, invader, that you will either sprint past or fight in order to go up further, and head to the academy proper to meet our lovely shard bearer for yourself, excuse me. We're not ready for that yet. Just trust me on that. We can't go through those double doors, meaning our only real place to go is up these stairs. Before we do, a reminder that we came down from the Schoolhouse hall, right up here. We jumped off of that banister. So now when we come up here, what we'll need to be aware of is the fact that there are tons of conspectus sorcerers just sitting right there. We don't want to be using our Ray of Frenzy spell for that. We can. I'll show it here. But notice now that he's just going to cast a whole bunch of spells. There's nothing we can do to stop that. Instead, what we need to do is spam Javelin of Gold a bunch of times. And look, see, the crowds are all dispersed. There are no sorcerers left alive. It's just a good time. And of course the Grandmaster himself comes out, but he's an easy dispatch. Very, very easy dispatch. Then we come back here, and we do the same thing with this one. See how easy this is? When you have the right spells, you can do just about anything. The only thing you can't do is restore that which is dead. That you need a god's intervention for. But everything else, anything just short of character death, you can do it. Regenerative healing, a large swath of it. Casting fire, the likes of which no one has ever seen. Or being able to spit out dozens of magical shards. All of that is within your purview as a user of magic. And I believe that takes care of anything that was here. So instead, what we're going to do is come into this room, grab this item here, the Glintstone Wet Blade. This unlocks a new set of infusions or affinities that could go on any weapon. Let's read. Glintstone Wet Blade with a cipher engraved can be used as a whetstone knife when applying an affinity using physical or magical type ashes of war An additional affinity of magic or frost can be chosen. And it's kind of no nonsense as well. You know, it just says what it does, nothing else. Nothing here either. Just the item. We would have needed to go in there had he not bolted out of the room here. He just put our attention right on it. Now, next order of business is to come up here. They're coming up here. Had to make sure that wasn't important. So we come up here. And we take out the guy that is up there on that archway. There is now another sorcerer there as well, right underneath us. And we kind of need to just let him keep walking. Trust me, I have our reasons for this. I see he knows where we are. I thought we were being pretty quiet, but I guess not. But he is guarding the entrance to this doorway. When we open it, we've gained a shortcut. This brings us back out to the courtyard that we were just in, where we killed all those crabs. Mr., Mrs., Pearly, and a whole bunch of other children, all dead, all because we killed them. And no, I'm talking about the crabs, not human children. Let's get that straight. What do we want to do now? Well, first, now that we've opened this shortcut, we actually need to return and regain our resources. We also need to readjust our flasks as well, as we no longer need to be carrying so few of these Cerulean or Crimson flasks. We need a few more of those. Sorry, I had to suppress another yawn. By that I mean only partially let it out this time. We now have another spell. What are we gonna put in it, you might ask? Good question. I think we probably want magic fortification. And then we can grab this blessings boon. Magic fortification is just good to have while we're here. It'll help keep us from having to switch to something that gives us natural defenses against magic. Our gear should be more than enough for this purpose. Now we need 20k. Do we have 20k in hard runes? No, we don't. We need to keep grinding. Now from here, now that we've opened our nice, neat little shortcut, we can just skip all this. We don't need to fight. Instead, what we do is we come through this door, and we slay them on the spot. And we'll do the same thing. See how easy and effortless that is? Just come in, do what we gotta do, and then be about our merry business. Yeah, now the real fun begins. We jump on this rooftop. See this? That is a glintstone crab. These usually contain upgrade materials, but one here does contain a spell. We will want to kill these as soon as possible. They hit like Mack trucks. Don't let them hurt you. Don't let them even get close. We are going to have to do the old run around again, though. That much I guarantee. Look at this crab, making me think I'm a liar. I promise that the glintstone crabs cause quite a bit more trouble than what I just did. Than what happened. Also, yeah, that abductor virgin respawns. Just don't let them through the doorway and you'll be fine. They may not be able to fit through there, but their blades could just go past that wall. No problem. So we get up here, and the thing you'll want to be very careful about is paying attention to the rooftops. You see how there are dozens of towers everywhere, spires and steeples, all over the place. These seemingly high skyscrapers. Yes, pay attention to those. It might be easier to show rather than tell, but if you look, you see those? Those are marionette soldiers. Marionette soldiers can blend in with the environment really well. There is also a couple sitting, if I can manage to get them within view. See up there? Those are the avian marionettes. Also, yes, this is how our telescope works. You press up or down on the D-pad once you've pressed X to use it. In order to increase or decrease your zoom, you can only decrease your zoom to the base level. You can only zoom in once. It's basically the equivalent of getting an aiming camera. And none of our spells reach up there, so we'll have to be very careful. I suppose that is one problem. Oh, I never did readjust this. That's okay. We can work within our constraints. And it didn't take long for the marionette archers to show up. It didn't take long at all. Also, you're gonna miss out on loot a lot. Enemy loot. Get used to that. As enemies surely don't like to stick around in one place, they fall off the rooftops rather readily. And again, don't do what I'm doing. You want to make sure you're paying attention to your floors and ceilings. There will be a bunch of runes mostly, but there are a few insidious jumps one has to make while they're here. And keep an eye out for the marionettes that fly. Those are the worst ones, in my opinion. They love to dive bomb. And all it takes is one good, solid landing in order to lose your balance and get knocked off to the abyss below. Yeah, the spaces in between these buildings are voids. If you fall into them, you will die. Pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward stuff. Here we have to mine the sorcerer, who we should probably kill first. who will cast, I believe this is the first time we are seeing this spell. I think those are our twin glintstone shards. Oh, and yes, to get the infamous range, you do have to charge Frenzied Burst. So just keep your eyes peeled. Thankfully, once you know what you're doing, getting through here is a non-problem. Just wait for them to finish their flight path, and then quickly get another Frenzied Burst in. Now, I've heard a ton of stories about this particular bridge. Is there anyone else, or anyone at all, who's had a tough time? Because I make it look easy. You know, just 2 Frenzied Bursts and everything is dead, but I've definitely had some rough times on this bridge, especially as a sorcerer, where everything is generally resistant to magic. I think I remember one time where it was using, the Great Glintstone Shard, and I remember finding myself, hard-pressed for good options that clear things out from range. I remember using Frenzied Burst when I found out just how big of a range that Frenzied Burst had. I was absolutely ecstatic. 1, 2 good casts, things died. What before as a sorcerer? No. I remember getting bullied off this platform so many times. Wasn't funny. I would create space and have to try to find creative ways to use Carrion Slicer or some others to deal with the marionettes. Marionettes weren't the real problem. The real problem was having them and the sorcerer together in the same space, in the same way. That was our issue. That was my issue. I'm sure I've heard people trying to sprint past this platform, and they end up getting pushed somehow, one way or another, and they fall off, and it leaves a very bad taste in one's mouth, honestly speaking. I can see why many people find the place infuriating. Here, it's especially imperative that you're careful. We're 1 or 2 good jumps away from being stuck at the bottom and being forced to loop around again to get all of our fabulous treasures. And ultimately, what we want to do is make it down there. There will be a secret room there that we can drop into in order to grab a treasure. But it requires us being very patient. Relaxed, almost. And don't worry. You don't have to worry about trying to make this jump. That isn't the jump you're supposed to make. You'll be able to drop back down. It's the next jump that follows that's a problem. That a large one? No, that's just a regular marionette soldier. Okay, shift to the left. See? 3 spots, 3 tiers, 3 floors down. And Frenzy Burst was able to quickly reach and not dispatch, but sort of deal with the marionette temporarily. I think that last marionette fell to their death. Nope. Went back to its post. And if you're never sure of something, if you've got the telescope, just look around. You know, you don't have to move much to use it. It's not like the previous telescope or binoculars where you move like a full half foot in order to use it. At most, you change half a foot, and you change immediately back as soon as you use it. So if you want precise control over aiming, oh, and additionally, it works best if you're using actual throwing spells, such as lightning spears, javelins of gold, or frenzied burst. It works less well if you're trying to use the telescope as a means of aiming aiming fireballs and such. You're going to want to aim up for those. You need to free aim for that. This is the jump, right here. This is the jump that could prove to be most complicated. I don't want to lose stuff on death, so we're gonna wear a twig. You can just barely make it. I guess that one failed to find, I suppose, as one would say. And another one. And another one bites the dust. Oh, but he did manage to shoot us. Unfortunate. Yeah, you've got a bright future ahead of you if you don't make this jump. And we'll have to make it again, too. Actually, we'll have to make it 3 times. And always be on the lookout for your surroundings. The ceilings and the floors. Always pay attention to what is below you and above you in this place. If you don't like heights, it can be a problem. I know people who refuse to make the jumps here because it scares them, and I can't blame them. I have a fear of heights myself. Some people include the virtual world in that. I am not among them. It's just a game, but I don't shame people if they have issues with in-game heights too. In fact, even when falling in-game, like Assassin's Creed Leaps of Faith, I still feel funny when I make those jumps. It's enough to... I really feel my heart just thumping out of my chest for like a hot minute. It's crazy. You wouldn't think that an in-game jump would do that to you, but it does. And I remember a couple of jumps in Dark Souls, Dark Souls 3, the Ringed City, that asks you to fall really long distances with an ash pit in the middle, and what you end up with is you end up with a heart-inducing thump afterwards. No pressure, right? And don't worry, they're not like the animated dead. They don't come back and haunt you afterwards. Once the automaton dies, it is dead. It just takes a little bit of doing to do that if you're a close quarters combatant. The marionettes can whip out a flurry of strikes that make even the most prolific warriors bleed quickly, unless they're stopped. Thankfully, deflecting marionette strikes does stop it, but you have to time it right. And if you time it wrong, and it's easy to do that, you end up with the rather unfortunate is that I'm trying to no, we were there at the top earlier. Ah, here's the chest. And we get a brand new crossbow. One of a kind, enchanted crossbow of exquisitely detailed craftsmanship, made to celebrate the matrimonial union and reconciliation between the houses of the Earth Tree and the full moon Langdell and Rhea Lucaria. The two rings dance when reloading the weapon, reveals true worth when used with wholly infused bolts. Crossbows are unique in that they don't have any scaling of any kind at all. You're meant to use specific weapons with them, or specific kinds of bolts with them. I personally think that crossbows are great so long as you don't have you don't have better than minimal stats. If you start using like better stats, or you start scaling the stats required to wield them, then a bow is just going to be better in the long term for you. But there aren't any great crossbows either, or the only thing you have is the hand ballistae, and that's one other item. There's one other item that's in a similar field to a ballista, but it's got its own category, and we don't get that until later. But going back to the full moon crossbow, they have exceedingly good range. There will be bolts that we get later in the game that, and I'm not sure if we have them already, but these bolts will definitely be useful in inflicting the appropriate damage type, and I believe that the talismans that work with effective crossbow damage, we don't have a copy of one, but the effective bow range is helped out with the arrow's reach talisman. Now that we've gotten the chest, we can safely jump off the roof. Be careful. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you're still ending up back where you started, but you don't want to make that jump more than twice, let me tell you. We're gonna jump down here. And grab this lovely smithing stone. Prepare to put on our twig again. And make that jump one more time. It helps if you jump at a slight angle, such that when you're at the top portion of the slant of one of those roofs, you're hitting the bottom portion of the slant on the other roof from top to bottom, and that'll help you get to where you need to go. You won't be as likely to make a mistake, in other words, or you won't fall to your death quite as much. Now I have to make that jump. We have to make a series of smaller jumps from one rooftop to the next. Now, I may make this look normal, or, without too much difficulty, but I actually get really nervous during these jump segments, mainly because I don't know what I'm doing that well, one, and two, I'm likely to make mistakes. Yeah, I'm very prone to error when making with any kind of platforming precision. I just have a hard time with it. I believe you can make that. You can make it to that rooftop from a different from a different angle. So I'm not worried about it yet. Instead, we're going to wrap around, come to this tower, and realize there ain't a ladder up. There's no ladder up. There's only a hole. A hole going down. And a ladder I'm not sure we've kicked yet. No time like the present to find out. Be confident. Be brave. Don't lie in safety. Don't worry, there are only simple treasures here. I thought I heard another pair of footsteps earlier, so that's why it stopped kind of moving around. But no, as it turns out, we were good. And see, we were never in any danger of missing anything. And these marionette soldiers can't really reach us either. And any that do try just end up eating a skydive instead to the abyss below. That's right, at the top of this like spire, basically. Well, not the top, but like in the archways of the spire sat an imbued stone sword key. You remember what those are for, right? They're for the 4 belfries. And I see we have already hit a rather interesting dilemma. We still have items we need to collect. We did miss something, but it's not like we can't go back and repeat our footsteps. It's just gonna take us a minute to do. Two strikes, and they're dead. Easy as pie. And don't forget to equip your sword for good measure. Now, do we have the correct fortune on? Thank goodness. Now here we don't want to descend that ladder again. Instead, what we want to do is come around and make this jump. Then we want to take out the avian marionettes. It's not hard. You just can't rush. You can't make judgment errors while you're here. Take your time. Make sure you've assessed where your marks are. I promise you won't regret it. Always look down the bottom of bridges as well. bottom of bridges, below rooftops, etc., etc. And I think you'll be just fine. Now we do the same thing for the other side. Luckily we have this nice big platform you can use. The only problem is here. Here, this particular spire isn't going to let us get a good view of the action, and if it does, we most assuredly will miss our target. In cases like these, we want to be very careful of the trigger range and come to about right here. Let them... Now, the avian marionettes will, in fact, hurl bombs at us, so we will need to mind those. And if they're determined not to move. We just use an explosion of our own to take them out. It's all about tools and resources. Now there is another one, however there won't be much we can do about it. We just have to let this one make the drop. Or not. Or not. In fact, that's even better. Now we're inside. If you remember, you can actually use your map to help you indicate where you are. Here is a small rune package, and if we look on these chandeliers, you'll see that there is an item on one of them. We want that item. Let's make this drop down, and then very carefully, you don't want to like creep off the edge. You do want to walk. And our reward is a copy of the key. We need this for tops, if you'll recall. Now, if you'll recall, we're at the Church of the Cuckoo. We already have a resting spot here. We already have a rest site. What we can do is, I see that one of the Lazuli sorcerers has spotted us. It doesn't take much. Additionally, there's one here as well that also spots us. And they're pretty easily taken out. There's another one. We do the same thing as before. Pierces guard, and the madness does extra damage. Pretty good stuff. That was the wrong one, but whatever. Whatever. We drop down, and we come and find the ladder. Now, we have a shortcut. We have a shortcut up to the top that we can take any time. The Church of the Cuckoo effectively acts as a new hub, rather than the hub it once was. Now we're going to come out here and realize where we are. Up here on this platform, we were up there on those rooftops earlier for a reference point. We're now here at the bottom. We're going to smack this crab and get the other crown. All of these glintstone crabs have crowns. This one is the Twin Sage glintstone crown. Now, each of these crowns, and there is another one that we are not familiar with yet, that boosts intelligence to the detriment of some other stat. Or in the case of the Lazuli Glintstone Crown, it boosts dexterity too. All of these have massive boosts, like 8, 9-point boosts, or 6-point boosts. But in exchange, they ask you to give up quite a bit. Luckily, none of them ask you to give up your damage or your, none of them ask you to give up, or ask you to take more damage in exchange for the effect. There's some other items that do that, but they'll come later. And I believe there's another crown that increases strength instead of dexterity, along with intelligence, at the expense of something else. I think there are 6 or 7 crowns in total. I have a table compiled on the subject that I can refer to if we really need it. For reference, those gravestones down there put us roughly on they put us roughly on I want to say it's the left-hand side of the courtyard. Don't quote me on that. We'll be able to get a better vantage point in just a minute to confirm or deny what it is we're seeing. In terms of oh, we got a sorcery. Congratulations. This was another one of those that was modified by the patch. This one is I just missed it. The Crystal Release scours area with violent rain of crystal shards. Sorcery of the Mysterious Crystallians. Create a mass of a crystal, then shatter it to scour a wide area with a violent rain of crystal shards. This sorcery is used by high-ranking adepts among the Crystallians. Some also call this sorcery the Crystal Sun. And the Crystal Shard is the Shattering Crystal as well. I think there may be one more Crystallian sub-school sorcery, and that'll be about it. Now, over there is a high page. The high page has a hand ballista on it. It is very threatening, and it comes equipped with explosive bolts. We'll want our shield for this. Not much more to say than that. Once it gets close, we'll have a better... it'll become a regular page. It'll pull out a rapier, and it'll be a far better opponent to deal with. But until then, we'll have to mind the shots. Or we could have problems. We do have to get a little bit closer. Just be very slow, very methodical. Take your time. As you can see, it didn't take long for it to chunk our health at all. This killed me several times. This page killed me several times in the process of exploring this area until I got used to it, and I had less health. The 25 vigor really does help. The extra like 200 HP is nothing to sneeze at. Now, what did we fight? What did we fight so hard for? What did we come here to find, right? That is the question. Azur's Clintstone Staff. a very high level staff. Staff of the primeval glintstone sorcerer Azure. Only those who have glimpsed what lies beyond the wisdom of stone may wield it. Reduces casting time of all sorceries, but consumes additional FP. I believe it also boosts other sorceries by or it boosts the efficacy of all sorceries by an additional amount. I forget the exact number on it though. Don't quote me. Let's in fact get an actual numbers estimate running on this. So if you want to know the list I'm consulting for this, you can look at the changelog website, errw or not .com, just exclamation mark ERRW, all lowercase, and looking at it, it'll take you to the website that houses the changelog. You will just come over to the changelog dropdown, click on spells and catalysts, and go to staves. And as you can see, Azure's Glintstone Staff has another cast boost increase of, instead of it boosting it by 40, which is what it does already, it boosts it by 100. It does it by the same amount. So, just by virtue of using the talisman and using Azure's Glintstone Staff, just by using that staff, you have 200 points of casting speed. So your casting spells at 80% of the maximum rate that you would otherwise get normally, which is absolutely stupendous, ridiculous, beautiful. We're not going to be able to use this staff in our first playthrough, most likely. It'll be during New Game Plus, where we get access to it, but it is a good staff. Just be prepared to chug a lot of flasks in exchange. Even your generators with this spell get worse, even if only slightly. I think it's like a 15% increase in casting cost of the sorcery. Now, for a better point of view on where we came from, telescope, I just had it on the thing. This is the other side of the academy, where we kind of came into it. Because remember, we're back at the Church of the Cuckoo. And because we're back at the Church of the Cuckoo, we're facing toward the entrance to the academy, not the exit. Well, I mean, the entrances are the exits, but you get what I mean. It's not facing toward our goal. It's not where we've been exploring. It's been other spots. No matter. Well, I suppose now is as good a time as any. I don't think we can get back up from here. I think we have to go down to go up. We're gonna find that out in just a hot second. Yeah, you can't go down to go up. So what I'm gonna do now is we're gonna take a short break, around 5-ish minutes, and when we return, we will come and handle the rest of the Church of the Cuckoo, as we do have one spot, just one, that remains here that eludes us. And with that, I will see you guys after the intermission. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. Um, I had to go grab a different form of nasal relief. I can only deal with the nasal strips for so long. I might get used to them while I'm sleeping, but for the time being, I want to be very careful about this. First, where's that meme? Oh, and before I forget, let's not forget to switch screens. I know there's a meme floating around of all the auras and stuff that one might have to cast. I forget. It's like some Japanese anime thing. But that's what I felt like doing when I started talking about Blessing's Boon. And then, we can skip the aura part and get to the actual fight, huh? And we move forward about half a step with Frenzied Bursts. You do have to watch out for that. And the marionettes can climb ladders. You'll see what I mean. I find it is actually better if they do climb a ladder. Makes them easy to hit. Beautiful. Now that we're down here, we've killed the main danglers. All we have to do is get the ones on the wall. Like that one we just slid past. And we do the same thing with the other danglers. It never hurts to be safe. And I don't think there are any more that dangle. Oh, and there's almost no way to know. I believe it's this one right here. The only dead giveaway that you have are these two candlesticks that hardly appear out of place. But here you are. We get a rune arc for our troubles. For finding a secret at the beginning, this is an appropriate prize. Now all we have to do is make our way around the church again and come back around. Easier said than done, considering that we're back in Graveland here, but that is neither here nor there. We will make it through Graveland if that is what it requires. Now you'll see what I mean when I say it's stupid to run through this. We're gonna do that now. Because we've been here before. We don't need to fight it all again, right? Should be easy. We even have regenerative magic on as backup. Just in case things get worse. Don't worry, we will be heading over to top soon, but I wanted to make sure I took care of everything we needed to take care of here first. I forget. Is this one of the walls here? No, there's nothing in this room, and I should have remembered that. Could have used a generator, I know, but that felt a lot more satisfying. Now here we will need one, or we will need to lure the jar out from over here. Because these melee attacks don't cost FP, the amount of FP gained back is a lot smaller, huh? It's just something worth keeping an eye on. Trust me, you're better off not getting involved with this gaggle of wizards. Just let them cast their magic spells and wait. So how's everyone doing so far? I realize tonight has been a really quiet stream, but it can't be helped. I do have people who are trying to sleep. Gotta be careful. These can hit you with a surprise wallop from a book. And never has the library been deadlier. Come on. Come closer. Okay. And things would have been a lot nastier if if we hadn't used magic fortification. That's just one of the most helpful incantations to use while we're here. There is an area of effect equivalent that is in the Erd Tree sub-school of incantations. It is just as useful. I believe we should be able to use the Cuckoo Glintstone to get us one of these. In fact, we can actually just straight up almost kill one if we're lucky enough. But don't underestimate them either. They can and will kill. I think that's pretty much the goal of any of these kinds of games is don't underestimate your foes. It only takes a lowly rat to kill you. It only takes a lowly slime or a crab to come out of its way to kill you. Last one should be like up here, kind of. Nice 5-hit combo finish. And our regular sword of Night and Flame does that much. It is a good sword. Now, to discuss its pitfalls really quick. It's worth noting that the Sword of Night and Flame checks 3 weaknesses: physical, magic, fire. And it can get resisted if all 3 are being resisted really hard. So it's important to remember that this sword has other modes you can use on it. You can stance up and emit a sort of sword beam, or you can deal pure fire damage if you really need it. It is worth paying attention to. It can become important. Now, will we ever need to two-hand our sword to do these slow, clunky, but powerful moves? No, not really. I can punch with my catalyst for how much good it'll do, but it is worth keeping an eye out on. The Sword of Night and Fire can attack in ways that are unexpected, or perhaps, people are too used to you attacking at awkward angles, and attacking straight on is not really something that you do in practice most of the time. So feinting into a direct attack can be good. Can be. It just has an opportunity cost. The direct attack can be very quickly foiled if you know where to look for it. Now, why did I come all this way back here? Remember what I said? There were a couple of items that were worth a drop down to go get? Yeah. They're here. We just have to go halfway across the map to get them. And they involve making those harebrained, no-good, insidious jumps that we had to make earlier. Well, actually, no, they don't, now that I think about it. Remember how we could have dropped down very easily, and just taken the most direct path there? Yeah, We're gonna do that now. I'm gonna show that off. Not very worth it, huh? No, I was lying, but I did want to make sure to come back and grab it. Look, you gotta be facetious sometimes. Your rewards for exploring things aren't always worth it. They're not. Sometimes what you get is very much well, if you went along the main path and you did what you're supposed to do, here's this little nugget of items you can grab. Bingo. The intended method you were supposed to drop back around to um, is right here. No ladder either. And that takes care of that. We're now ready to traipse along the other half of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, but before we do that, we have a nice little surprise waiting for you. Let's return to the lake-facing cliffs. Remember, we were supposed to get a key to Tops. And we couldn't give him our copy. No, we needed to go find a different copy, a duplicate, to give him. Well, we have that duplicate now, right? Why, let's... You can give this to him anytime, but I'm choosing to do it now, so that we can get the spell now rather than later.
Back to learn another, Brian, of course. Are you certain you're willing to give your glintstone key to me? My, oh my. Thank you. Thank you dearly. Now I can go back to the academy to resume my study of glintstone sorceries. And the very stars.
And that is what this man was guarding. Erudition, a gesture. Make note of this face. This is the last time we're gonna see it like this.
Back to learn another, Brian, of course. Thank you dearly. With your blessing, I will depart for the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Or perhaps one day you'll pay me a visit. Who knows? I may be a decorated sorcerer by then. Thank you dearly.
Okay, we've done it. We've given him the key. And by giving him that key, we are now finally able to, after all this time, go back and unlock the converted towers the legitimate way. The way we're supposed to. Even though we've gotten the reward out of this one already, we do at least get the lift. Erudition guide thee? Erudition does guide thee. It guides me indeed. Let's trade rest for our triumphant delight. It's the ring. Here it is. And just like that, a ladder appears here. Yes, climbing this ladder is how you were meant to get this particular item. And it was definitely an oversight that they allowed the terrain. It had to have been an oversight to allow the terrain to allow you to essentially to ignore this converted tower. Because you definitely could come and get it. Now, it could not let you ignore the Fringe Tower. No, that is the wrong catacombs. Batcoin. By the way, for those of you who are listening on Twitch right now, if you want to, if you like this content, and I realize I am not at my peak form at the moment, definitely consider, leaving a follow. Lets me know that you like the content and that it's worth to do this. Although I do like Elden Ring a lot, and playing a mod of my favorite game, one of my favorite games is, I just couldn't ask for more, honestly. So I'd probably do it regardless, but follows are generally how people know I like the content and how you like the content, and that it's worth doing. Additionally, if you like the content enough to support me in a more direct manner, of course, financial support is never required, and your contributions do go towards streaming equipment. You will find links to all the donation links in the About Me tab uh, on Twitch. You just gotta go look. Most of the tabs are interactive, and the ones that don't, such as the donation tab, have all the links listed below the correctly labeled tab. Easy stuff, but I think I've shilled enough. If you don't like, well, I need to shill a little more first. If you don't like ads for any reason, try Twitch Turbo. $10 a month, $9.99 US dollars, grants you the ability to ignore all ads on the streaming platform. Period. End of subject. If you don't like ads, that is your best deal for ignoring them. If, however, you'd like to give your support to me instead of Amazon, or partly to me and partly to them, tier 1 and not a Twitch Prime sub, but at least a tier 1 sub is required to get the ad benefits. However, it comes at half the price. You will only get those ad benefits while you are watching here at Coinstamp and not at any other channel. $4.99, the low tier, grants you access to emotes, double point currencies, double channel currency generation, and a whole host of perks. I don't really have good ones designed for tier 2 yet, or even tier 3. All I have are emotes at those tiers. If you want the best bang for your buck and you want to support me directly, and it's not through bits or direct donation, you want an actual sub out of it, the tier 1 sub is where it's at. $4.99 gets rid of all your ad troubles, makes them go away. I think that's about as much as I have to say about that. Enough shilling, back to the show. The erudition, I think I have to be right on the statue. Because I know that's how this one is unlocked. Game, don't make me be a big liar now. I think I'm too close. Maybe the message is a good guide of where to stand. I know we're supposed to get this. I think you have to be patient and give it a minute. Oh, That's really weird. That's supposed to work. Of course I must solve a puzzle to enter. And you're supposed to pose at these America statues. That's how it's supposed to work. Is it from the backside? Oh, I remember this being a right up. I remember this being a right pain in the butt. I'm gonna go look up the information for this really quick. With that being said, I will be right back in just a moment. I'm going to roll out a small ad in the meantime. Really small, 30 seconds tops. Okay, sorry about that. I forgot one crucial feature. Just one. We need to change out our gear. You remember how I said the glintstone crabs were important? And they are in fact important? You would never know to do this, by the way. You would never know to do this. But here we are. We've gotten the reward. All we had to do was equip a very specific piece of headgear. Any of the glintstone crowns will work. And you're met with a graven mage, or like graven heads, like a massive graven heads, which is what all the glintstone crowns represent, by the way. They're part of the graven school of mages, and yeah, you thought that was your reward, huh? No, there's more. All these towers pretty much function identically. They all are locked by some sort of puzzle, with few exceptions. And additionally, each tower, each tower has the same architectural features to help you pinpoint where your memory stones are if you want them. But not all of these stones, not all these towers contain memory stones. Ah, and this one here. Now we understand why it is the converted fringe tower, and not just the converted tower. The converted fringe tower. Converted fringe tower is where those people of any stock who manage to get into the academy can gain their blessing. Maybe Tops went here first. Don't know. Needless to say, we got two brand new sorceries. Let's inspect those together. Shall we? And this one got adjusted to do even more damage. One of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Rea Lucaria lobs an explosive magic projectile that flies in an arc. Charging enhances potency. Drawn from the Conspectus of Haima, the adjudicator of the Academy, this sorcery employs might as a means to quell conflict. Oh, it is so good. It is so good. Just wait. The other one is the Gavel of Haima. One of the glintstone sorceries creates a magical great hammer and slams it down. Allows one follow-up attack. So you can press right trigger afterwards, or heavy attack to get your follow-up. Drawn from the scholarly Conspectus of Haima, the adjudicator of the Academy. Yeah, okay, it says the same thing. Good to know. Yeah, we've got an extra treasure, which is a good thing. Now, we return back to the, we want to turn back to the schoolhouse classroom, I think it is. Where we killed the, Red Wolf of Radigan was at the schoolhouse parlor, or the debate parlor. Which makes sense, given that there was a moon above. Let's return here. Oh, and look. We pick up his bell bearing, the Academy Glintstone staff, and Top's barrier. I can already tell when they've gotten up and have noticed me, by the way. Goodness me, I wonder what happened. He wasn't even reading a book when he died. Top's Barrier, the lifelong pursuit of Tops the Bluntstone, creates a magical force field that deflects sorceries and incantations, hold to continuously create barriers. Future generations will learn. They will know the foolishness of the sneering sorcerers who ridiculed this theory, little realizing that it was in fact a discovery worthy of a new conspectus of the Academy. And this lovely little sorcery requires only 18 int to cast. That's right. For the low, low price of 8 levels, you too can deflect sorceries and other projectiles at your own leisure. We'll have to demo it sometime. Now we return to the debate parlor. Let's see about getting the necessary levels. I believe this grants access to 7,200 soul runes. Is that enough? No. We only need a few hundred, though. I believe 400 ought to take care of it.
Shall I let my share them with me? Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
And I believe this does give us access to a lightning spell. Yep, Frozen Lightning Spear, which we will be demoing now. So yeah, you pretty much do a point-blank slam, and then after that slam, there will be lightning that spreads out in a small cone at the point of impact, and it does decent damage. It's not perfect by any means, but it is better than nothing. Also, this gives us access to frostbite. Most importantly, is electric damage and, lightning damage and frostbite. Now, we have this area to do. And doing this particular area will grant us access to a crucial, necessary shortcut. You'll see what I mean in a moment. For the time being, we want to make our way around to the other side and drop down one of these little ramps here. I believe it is this one. I believe it is this one. Proceeds to fall to one's death. Yeah, no, it wasn't that one coin at all. We're gonna. Oh, we've lost the ability to demo the spell. Bad. We don't have the ability to make another one either. We don't have enough earthly flowers. Oh well, I guess we better not mess up the jump this time, huh? I love it when I make comical on-camera errors. Look there, see? There's the trap. Silver balls. And it'll just keep rolling as well. Now we want to switch sides. And one more time for good measure. Moon Grub and Moon Grum, huh? Okay. Let's ignore that and instead make note of the portal that is here. And not spend too long noting what this little portal does. We don't want to get snuck up on by Moongrum here. Nice double madness. I was worried that we were going to have to deal with him. And our reward is a shield. The Carrion Knight's Shield, which blocks an impressive amount of magic damage. It is really good for dealing with them, or dealing with magic damage, and is useful for the fight involving the boss of this academy later, Renala herself. There's no need to hide that. I think it was fairly obvious that this is who we were here to see. It's just a matter of when that proves to be the case. We have only a little bit more. We only have a little bit more to go before that is the case, actually. Nothing over there. There is a little outcropping that we could go check out. But that is before we unlock the shortcut. There are two shortcuts. And the trap that we can go deal with. Yeah, this lovely little courtyard only contains a few aristocrats. They aren't too hard to knock out. The main problem was the sorcerer that was there. He took about eight slashes of the sword to take care of. But yes, this is where our shortcut is. Now note that there are creatures on the other side of this that will make this shortcut when we open it a little untenable at first, but I promise it'll be worth it. Now, before we make our way toward the boss once and for all, there is the matter of this little area to deal with. There's just enough of an outcropping there, enough of a ledge there in order to jump on. When we do, we'll make our way to a chamber with a ladder in it, as well as a set of double doors. This ensures that we don't have to deal with the courtyard again in order to get here. This is where those doors come back out to, back where the gate is. Now, coming up here, you might hear it. There's some very familiar grunting and groaning, right? That grunting and groaning is a pumpkin head. See, right here. And if we're lucky... Oh, we also have another knight right here, or another sage right here as well. If you're real quiet-like, you can take care of most of these without too much fuss. The one that'll be a problem is this Pumpkinhead himself. If we're lucky, we can get him to fall down. Thank you. And they can't climb ladders either. We should be very good to go. I think we might have to kill him for one reason or another, but we can do that after we deal with the other sorcerers that are here. You can still hear his clacking footsteps in the background. And we have the Glintstone Scarab, the counterpart to the Ash of War and the Incantation Scarab. Blue-green scarab worn directly on the head. These scarabs roll clumps of sorcery during their labors, slightly reduces the FP costs of sorceries, but increases damage taken. There's no need to wear this, but it is good to know we have it, should we need to. Should we need to cheapen our sorceries. Please note that down there is the gate that we were just at, that we hadn't bothered to check out yet. That gate does take us outside the academy, and I'm not sure if it is a two-way gate or a one-way gate. We should go meet the boss first, and or at the very least, unlock all of our shortcuts before continuing. And all we have to do is sit here and poison them. It's pretty easy stuff. So, how's everyone's Tuesday brunch? Hopefully it's going good. Don't mind me just casually poisoning a pumpkin head before continuing, as he fails to be able to do the most basic things. No amount of ramming his head through will allow him in. He's stuck. Beautiful. Chef's kiss. Very delicious. And of course, was it worth it? No. No, it was not. The runes were more of a reward than that sanctuary stone ever was. But we pretty much have everything. I think there may be one or two things we never found in the academy, but I do believe we have most of it. We have the shortcut. We pretty much have all of the major items. If there is anything, of course we will do another cleanup episode should we actually need to, but I think we're pretty good to go in that regard. Let's go ahead and check out the sides. And then we're actually going to turn back in and assess our incantations that we need for this fight, as we're not really set up to currently deal with them, to deal with what's in this fight. And trust me, you'll be thankful I unveiled the shortcuts when I did. So, for this fight, we don't want magic of any kind. None at all. We want magic fortification. That is a must when you're in here. Second, we want something to keep our health ticking. Third, we want a regenerator of some kind, and I'm thinking, out of all the regenerators that are here, the best one is Catch Flame. Fourth, we want our usual status effects. We do not want Frenzy Burst for this fight. There is not enough time to cast Flame of Frenzy Burst fully charged. Do we need to fully charge it? No. No, we don't. But that's not the point. Next, we want... we pretty much have most of the spells we need. I think the one thing we could do is go over the fight. That'll help us determine what we need to do. So, our fight is Renala Queen of the Full Moon. She has no creature type that we could take advantage of, um, which is not exactly unheard of given her story, and it'll make more sense after the fact. Um, she has 10 defense and 80 poise, lower than the Red Wolf of Radagon in terms of poise, but she has twice its defense. Um, in terms of physical damage dealt, or I'm sorry, physical damage weaknesses, she is 15% weak to slash, 5% weak to pierce. So sword users, you're gonna love this fight. Um, then for magic, or for elemental damage types, she takes 50% less from magic damage. She takes 10% less from all other elemental damage types. So physical damage users are going to love this encounter. Then, for statuses, she is slightly resistant to Deathblight. She is immune to sleep. The rest, she has normal vulnerability. So as long as you don't have any magical damage types, you should be good to go. Additionally, you want to pack magic resistance. Now, as much as I don't want to spoil the encounter, we do need to go over the fight, as I'm really not going to be able to talk once it starts. Renala is a 2-phase fight, taking place in 2 different places. First phase, she will be mostly invulnerable. We will need to go and find a student of hers who's chanting. They will, and all of them are chanting, but the one that we want will have a special glow to them. We need to find 3 of them to make her vulnerable. We don't have to kill the student. We just have to stop them chanting. That's it. Then we can DPS Renala down. The students will do most of the work during the first phase, so flying books, flames from their candles, all that fun stuff. Renala will occasionally blast you with some magic, but otherwise, she doesn't do much except float around. Phase 2 is where the real fight begins. She has access to pretty much most of the sorceries that you would expect. She has the ability to channel a giant laser. I believe a special form of Comet Azure. She will generate homing stars on the go. She will cast homing magic as well. She will also summon spirits. I don't know if they go in a set order. I think they do. It might also be based on the amount of health she has. But the important point I make here is that I believe in a normal fight cycle she will get to do this 3 or 4 different times. So be wary. They take the form of wolves, or sometimes they will be humanoid, sometimes they'll be a dragon, sometimes it'll be a troll. There are lots of different forms her spirits can take, and they last for a set amount of time, and then they're gone, with very few exceptions. And your goal during this is to basically get in nice and close and DPS her down. She will also occasionally spin her staff. It comes in the form of a horizontal sweep followed by some spinning, or the actual spinning staff weapon art. Spinning staff weapon art is of course better now because, why wouldn't it affect the boss? So she gets blocking and deflection while the spinning staff is up. And she'll only do this at close range if she doesn't try to, create distance somehow. That's pretty much it. That's the fight. And it's up to us in order to make sure that the fight is a short one. And I think for our purposes, we'll want... I think we pretty much have what we want. We just need to keep stacking on the poison. In fact, we only have to break her barrier once in order to get it stacked. And then after that, we only need to break it in order to put another poison on. So you probably won't see that much spell casting in phase 1. And with that, let's just get right to it. Now I get to show you the full shortcut. And we have a shield should we need it. See? Easy stuff. Nervous? Fighting Godric is kind of like a sign of... It's not exactly revenge, but, you know, you fight his grafted scions to start with, and they intended to rip you apart. Renala means you no harm. She will leave you alone if you leave her alone. So this fight, in particular, made me nervous my first time. I didn't know what to expect, honestly. Now, I'm going to open this gate, walk in, and I will see you guys on the other side of this battle. Oh, and one final recommendation before I cross this line. Save your spirit summons for phase 2. It's easy with how phase 1 looks that you want to use them on phase 1. I promise you, you don't. Save them. You will be better rewarded for it.
Hush, little Calva. I'll soon birth thee anew, a sweeting, fresh and pure.
I see. So she will only actually, she will only actually fall if, you know, she's actually brought to the ground.
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee. Patience. Ye will be countless born, forever and ever. Upon my name as Rani the Witch. Trespasser. Step far and wide. Of the last queen of Caria, Renala of the full moon. And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
As you can see, she is very, very, very easy to underestimate. Also, we still did not readjust our flasks. I mean, I needed a couple more for that fight. I needed about 2 to 3. That's an easy fix, and I just wish I had done it sooner. We don't even need 8. We can get away with, 5 of each. It's too bad we lose access to frozen lightning. Not that it mattered much, but that's not exactly an easy fight. Many people get trashed by her first phase, and many more get trashed by the second. She's not difficult. Once you've learned her patterns, you can easily do that fight. But it's until that point, where sometimes she will just hit you with a million different multi-hit spells, And that is enough to do the rest of the job. And of course, in traditional Elden Ring from soft fashion, if we'd failed to do Phase 2, we must repeat Phase 1, and unlike Phase 1, or Phase 1 the first time, it's a lot harder to execute this time around. You'll see what I mean. As you can see, trying to take the indirect approach with her is not a good strategy in phase 2. You need to be aggressive. You need to be close. You don't have time to sit around and wait for poison mist to do its thing. You just don't. Straight up. You don't. We're going to try this one more time. However, I'm taking a more direct spell, seeing as how status effects are basically outside of poison mist. They are completely and utterly worthless. Too passive. I probably recommend O Flame for this. You want to be close. You don't want to be far away when you're casting spells. And the time for Poison Mist to be useful ends as soon as phase 2 begins, more or less. She's easy if you're being aggressive with her. And I don't mean, aggressive as in you're not waiting for your openings. Like, if you're recklessly attacking her, yeah, your phase 1 is going to body you. In phase 2, you might be surprised to learn that she can interrupt you during a key weapon art, and suddenly you're left defenseless. When you've waited for the appropriate opening, you have to take it right then and there. You don't have time to play setup with all this. However, I still think incantations are infinitesimally better than sorceries in this fight. She is meant to crash on them hard. You only have a couple of sorceries that are available to you for the purposes of dealing damage to her, and they are gravitational sorceries, and those deal standard damage. So she's not weak nor resistant to them at all. So you might be there a while. Admittedly, they're the best kind to use, seeing as how we're not resisted. But we didn't come here to play with sorceries, not this time. As for the objects are, they're gravestones. as you can see, she's pretty difficult. I mean, it's the fact that she uniquely counters magical damage of most kinds. You're just not getting away from that fact. It doesn't matter how good your upgrades are, it does not matter. Like, I'm sure if we had a little more juice somewhere, my issue's probably something to do with the fact that I'm just not at the correct equip load. I'm using a casting icon when I don't need it. I could probably use a Spelldrake Talisman. But regardless, we're not going to get walled out by Renala. We'll just have to change our gear accordingly. That's all there is to it. That being said, it is time for us to go. Join us next time on Tuesday when we ultimately whoop Renala's butt, and we end up with just a really good time. And with Renala behind us, we'll be able to safely explore Altus Plateau without much problem. But regardless, I will in fact, we will beat this. I have beaten her before. It's not hard to do. Well, it is. It's not easy to do, but it's not hard to do. You just have to. We have to be a lot tighter with our consumption. That's all. I'm CoinStamp180. Thank you guys or CoinStamp, excuse me. Thank you for stopping by. I realize it's a late stream and this keeps happening, but I will put an end to it eventually. We will be streaming at normal hours. That's 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you again. Appreciate it. Thursday, we will be doing New Game Plus stuff with Blasphemous, and that'll be a bit of fun as well. Friday, we will resume with some Grim Dawn on YouTube. That's youtube.com/swirlingvortex09. If you want to see these VODs, check them out at Swirling Vortex 09. VODs, capital V, capital D. Everything else is lowercase. And with that, this has been an awesome stream. If a tad quiet, but that's fine. It's a late night stream, what do you expect? Take care, guys. Know that our hallowed storm halls are welcome. Bring your mead. Be cheerful. Be merry. And know that good conversation is on its way when you're here with us. And with that, I will see you guys later. Take care, and bye-bye.